Oh, my character looks so ugly. Oh no. Okay, guys. I actually can't remember where I was up to. Oh, the guy, right? There was a boss. I thought I was on a boss. Okay, there's a boss. Anything else? I wonder if there's anything else. I did get a life ring, so that's... I'm sure it's gonna help me out. I guess I'll just have to run to the boss. Yeah, what was his name? The Pursuer? Pursuer, yeah. Yeah, that's who we're on. Like, the option is Pursuer. We can, like, let's go just play a bit so I can get used to the game. And then we'll go back to the Pursuer. Just for a few minutes. It was the same guy pursuing you until he showed up for the third time. Wait, what do you mean? Who wildfire? Oh yeah, this guy's no longer here. Mm. Are these the knights? Oh yeah, so I don't know if I am leveling up ADP or something else. Did we already do this? Yeah, so you see, Dark Souls 2 has a very slow start. Yeah, there is a boss around here. I feel like the Pursuer is probably easier. Just feeling I'd rather do the easy one. Or are they about the same? Mans of God, what was your problem? Yeah, my computer was blue screening and he fixed my blue screen problem. Oh my gosh. I'm joking. Hey, John. You forgot to mention? Oh, yeah, you did say that. It literally just died? Like, you no longer have... I don't know. Hmm. Oh my gosh, okay. Fruit Loop, what points am I meant to level up for my invents rolls? Is it the same drive that you're using? Adaptability, okay. Adaptability. 21 adaptability. I think I'm at 15? 7? Well. Try to get to 15. I don't think I've ever had an SSD just do that. I've yet to have a hard drive die. I put in a new SSD in my computer because I'm like, this hard drive's like, what, 9 years old at this point? It's still kicking. Like, I don't trust it anymore. Yeah, I'm just gonna like, oh my god, these guys. Level up a little bit. And then we go back to the Pursuer. Oh, these guys are backstabbable. That barely did any damage. Oh. Alright, if I just work on that. Do I not use a shield? Oh yeah, I do have a shield. What happened to it? Oh yeah, I should be using 2 hands. Oh yeah. I don't know. Oh. My chest piece is a shield. No dear. What do you mean you're a fake guide? You're probably the best guide I have because you are currently playing this game. Yeah, it is good stuff. Excellent, we have another guy. Jesus loves me. Thanks. Let me just pick that up. Ow. 500? Yeah, I'm guessing a lot of deaths for this game as well. Oh, I'm rolling. You shouldn't be surprised. He sees everything. Haven't you heard? Oh my gosh. What gives you faster heals? Let's go level. Yeah, I hate the slow healing so much. Okay, let's level up. Oh, sorry, everything on adaptability. Got it. Level up. I can only put 1 point in there at the moment. I need 2,000 to level up now. Bearer of the curse. What if I was to purchase something? I already hit the well. Was there another healing thing? Another Estus flask?
Oh, hello again.
You know what I haven't done?
Well, I do hope I see you again.
I didn't do the troll in the starting area. Is that worth doing? Or like I can go to the birds. Does any of them have Estus flasks things? Mayhaps. Oh, here's the... Reinforce. What do I need? Titanite shards. Oh, I don't have any. Okay. Boo. Can you go to the... This is the start, isn't it? Yeah. Why is it the second area? Invade under other worlds. Is there still an online community for Dark Souls? They're goblins though. Oh. I've definitely missed a few things, that's for sure. Oh dear. Okay, this thing hurts. Why did I think it was gonna be easy? There's one in the Forest of Giants? Oh. So I've missed the one in the Forest of Giants. Thanks, B. Yeah, okay, so I've definitely missed a healing thing. Alright. Let's go to the Forest of Giants then. Is that here? Hmm. The other one. Oh. Oh, this place is a bit of a maze. Is it in the castle? Oh, frick. What did I do to my shield? I had one. Maybe it made me... Oh, I think it might have made me heavy. No, it's alright. Go down the ladder, left, back through the door, and open, and then up the other ladder. Wait, is it? Oh, this is what that thing just dropped. What? This ladder? In the first room. Go down the ladder, left. Okay. Down the ladder, left. Down the ladder, left. Oh wait, I don't know if I've been in that room. You're here scrolling through TikTok and this is how... Are you even following me on TikTok? I don't believe you. I actually don't. No. That's really why I came up. Because you're following me. It's working already. Okay, I gotta fight these guys first. Where did the other one come from? I thought there was only one. I didn't like getting sandwiched. Oh, this guy comes when you fight that one. Okay. Lovely. Alright, I'm gonna go left. I don't think I've been here before. Key is required. I already have the key. Oh no, what's down there, you reckon? Also, I don't think I'm... This is dark. I don't like it when it's dark. I don't think I'm close to the Ember Shard, by the way. Yeah, skeletons. Not like this. Oh wait, what's that? That gave me an effect. Up the branch in the bright happy area. Oh, no one said anything about a branch. Alright. Bright happy area. Wow, thank you. Oh wait, there's this other guy here. I have 2 cents, thanks. I can't wait till I reach $1. Holy balls. Is there a trap or something? Oh, ow, that hurts. Is that a ninja turtle? Oh my god, it looks like a ninja turtle. Oh, there's a ladder here. I don't think I've been this way. Whoop! Scared. Oh! Oh! There's another one! Is that the pursuer? Who's that? How many pursuers are there? Ooh. No, la, 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 la. I don't mind if they came down here, actually. Maybe not all at once. One at a time would be good. Oh, shit. I don't know what to do with these guys, man. A Nightwing, hello. Ooh. Wait, did I get it? I didn't notice if I picked it up or not. That's a divine blessing. It looks like that. No, I didn't. But it's up there, right? That's an effigy. Back once again, yeah, same. Ah! Run. I'm just assuming the pursuer comes back down. I don't know. Oh! Okay. How's your day, Nightwing? I think none of these are particularly better. Alright, let's level ourselves up. And then we'll go do the pursuer, hopefully. Today? Oh, you're in a different time zone, I'm assuming. I'm like, it's Saturday. Oh, that's good. That always feels good. Oh wait, no, I do need to travel. What's the weather like north of the border? What, the New South Wales border? um, what's the weather like? Today was, I don't know, I think like a little muggy, not that warm. Oh, it was a few days ago. Oh, I thought you were saying you did it today. Fair enough.
Is that a here to see light, to see hope?
I'm sure I won't give you any, like,
However,
consolidation to know that you will continue to stress out about school and homework and tests and presentations long after you graduate. Sometimes, like, I remember for a while I was getting like a lot of high school dreams, like high school stress dreams. I'm doing the HSC or something, and every time it's like for some reason everyone has to go back to school and do the HSC, like in my dream, right? But everyone has already, they've moved on and they have lives, they have a job. I don't know.
seek the king, lest this land swallow you whole, as it has so many others.
Yeah, school's a lot better when you're interested in the subjects. You can go to school enough to have dreams, memory about it. Fair enough. It is stress. And it's like, I notice it takes several years for the stress dreams to come to. Like, so like, you know, maybe 5 years later, I started to get high school stress dreams. And then another 5 years after, like, I did uni, I started to get uni stress dreams. And it's like, man, I'm already done with this stuff. And now every once in a while, I might get, like, actual work stress dreams, which is weird because my work isn't very stressful. But I'm like, why am I stressing out about work? Oh, journalism. Interesting. Have you, like, 'cause I feel like journalism isn't a very weird spot at the moment. What kind of journalism are you interested in doing? It's like traumas working their way out. Yeah, kinda. But it's like my brain will just come up with such weird scenarios for things that I've never had issues with. You want it at 100? Yeah, the start. I realized people didn't mean when they said that. Sorry, I'm alt tabbing. When people said to level up AGL and there was or like agility had to be 100, I didn't realize it was the level. It was my it's AGL in the performance section, right? Where is it? Yeah. So it's at 88 at the moment. I didn't realize it wasn't like attributes that they meant. Anyways, and it doesn't matter. Dark Souls, the second hardest FromSoft game is the first Sekiro for you. You like doing the research and writing. Oh, I see. Yeah, maybe you could be like a news presenter or something. I had someone from my school do that. Well, that's the thing. Like, so journalism right now is in a weird spot because if you work for a company or like an outlet, whatever, news outlet, there is a lot of control over what news they put out. Like, they really control what you're putting out. And then if there's a topic that you're really interested in or like you think is important to share, they might not necessarily let you do that. You only get to do what they tell you to do. And then you also have the problem with AI and how like AI is probably going to be writing a lot of fluff articles. Like, you know, and so it's just like, how is it gonna, I don't know. Journalism is in a really weird spot. But you always need like, real journalism is always important. Like that's necessary. And like, I know there are some like independent journalists and like YouTubers really, but they're doing journalism stuff. And they would never work for like an actual news outlet because like, well, then they wouldn't be able to put out the stuff they want to put out. Pink, okay. Which boss have you enjoyed the most from? Oh, which boss? You know, what's her name? Melina? I feel like she was the most memorable one. Bed of Chaos. That was a tree, wasn't it? What game is that from? No, I didn't like that one. I didn't think it was that bad though, was it? I will say, I don't remember a lot of bosses. I did want to replay Bloodborne. I want to replay Bloodborne because that was my first Souls-like game that I played. And I feel like I wonder what my opinions would be about it now. Because I reckon there's some pretty cool bosses in that game. No. That one. Yes. I gotta learn this guy's moves. Oh. Oh, that's right. We have to dodge to the right. Oh, shoot, that was a third hit there. Have I ever played Devil May Cry? I don't like him. I tried DMC5. I got really bored. I tried. So I didn't end up playing it. I kind of forgot about it, actually. You thinking of picking up the HD collection? Maybe it'd be different for you. It was just like... when games don't challenge me, I kind of get bored with them, and that's what DMC did with me. Because I played Bayonetta as well, and Bayonetta did have a bit of the same issue, because I feel like it's the same kind of game. Where it's like you're fighting a whole bunch of enemies, and there's like combos and stuff, and there's like a score. Four Kings almost made half give up on you. Oh! O and S. I swear, I can't remember the full name of that boss. O and S, I swear that boss almost made me give up. Was that Dark Souls? Yeah, the first one. Ornstein and Smog, yeah. Bayo and Devil May Cry are made by the same studio. Are they? Oh, okay. Well, if you don't like your games to be too challenging, then it might be good for you. Might be alright. Because it is really like, I think the whole thing with DMC, like Devil May Cry, it's more about the combos that you're doing and less about... It's less Dark Souls combat and it's more like style, if that makes sense. And Melina almost made you give up on like... It was Dark Souls 1. I thought so. I remember thinking, I don't know, that boss was insane. Every once in a while, you come across other devs trying to make an Ornstein and Smog boss. And you always come across one, and you're like, dude, it's like the same. Nah! Oh my god. Yeah. And that's probably your kind of game. Good style, good music. You know what you might like as well? Hi-Fi Rush. If you like good style, good music. I don't know if you've heard of it. Oh, I have like no HP. It's coming to PlayStation. Is it? I don't know what it's on. I'm just saying that it sounds like you would like that game. Highly recommended. Wait, which one's Godskin Duo? Oh, damn it. Okay. Oh, okay. I played it on... It was on Steam. So... Yeah, I didn't realize it was an Xbox exclusive. I played on Steam. So I just assumed it was on all platforms. Okay. Well, if it's coming out on PlayStation, yeah, 100%. Try Elden Ring. I have played Elden Ring. That's alright. I might play the DLC. My goal is to make sure I finish this game before June. How was it? It was alright. I thought it was really long. It got to a point where I did rush the end a bit because I was like, oh my god, I just want to move on now. I felt like I was the last person still playing Elden Ring. What happens in June? DLC for Elden Ring. Elden Ring? You know what happened? So I'm a real big Horizon fan, like Horizon Zero Dawn. And Horizon Forbidden West came out the week before Elden Ring release. So I did commit to finishing Horizon first. Oh, the DLC you bought instantly. Can you already buy it? I haven't out yet. Oh my god. You cannot heal. I hate the heal thing. Did you see the lizard that spits fire at you? No? uh... Yeah, Nightwing, that's like the opposite of me. And it's funny because I like those games, like stylistic games visually, but when I play them, it doesn't captivate me. Alan Wake, isn't that a spooky game? Oh, I'm almost at 50. Is the lizard that spits fire important, Fruit Loop? I must know. You mean dragon? Well, I don't know, was it a dragon? Maybe I heal as soon as I get in, because... Yeah. Ah. So it wasn't a boss. Okay. Oh, I definitely am leveling up with adaptability, eh? Oh. That was a thrust. Alright. Sorry guys, I'm in focus mode. Just as I talk, that's when I lose. You know what it is as well? When you heal, you stand still. I'm a bit close to the edge there. No! Oh, I'm so close. Those Game of the Year videos. Wait, what? Those Year of the What videos? What's that? There's a fire sword there if you want it. Oh, that would be cool. Yeah, I reckon AGL, because I'm complaining about how fast I drink the Estus Flask and the rolls are annoying. Well, I think about the whole good graphics or good style debate. I like both. I like both. Oh, thank you. Thank you for Rose. You don't play the other games in the series because you played Elden Ring before because of graphics. There are also other Souls-like games that are really good that have good graphics that aren't necessarily like I know the Dark Souls series. Most of them don't look that great. Like this one doesn't really look that great. Looks alright, but it's not like pretty if that makes sense. It is an older game. No, I got died 50 times. Trying to think. I feel like Dark Souls 3 looked good graphics wise. But yeah, otherwise like if you like Sekiro looked good. Elden Ring looked good, but then you're gonna have to look at other types of Souls-likes for good graphics. Like I highly recommend Lies of P. Oh, damn, look at you go already. That's so much gameplay in Elden Ring. There is so much in that game. I don't often replay games. I'm a very, I play to get to the, like, the end credits, and then that's it. Yeah. So the blue sword bit, I kind of have time. Final Fantasy Rebirth. I'm glad you're excited. Is that Tuesday? That's next week. Wednesday? Yep. When did I get hit? Oh, I rolled too much. I have no more flasks. How did I do so well last time? I shouldn't have hit. 29th. Okay, I'm close. Wednesday. I have gems. I do. I have 10 of them. Oh my gosh, that hit me. This is why I don't use the life gems. It's gonna waste them. You played New Game Plus because so you have 2 of each weapon. Huh. You get extra? Yeah, Kia there. I've been like that close on his health bar maybe 3 times so far. Tonight twice. I know last week I was close to it once as well. I'll get to it. I think it's just like I don't know. You just gotta keep going. Sometimes he hits you when it doesn't look like he hit you, but he did. Like the hitbox is weird. Oh, I'm so boring at playing these games. I'm like, I would like one medium to long sword, please. And that's it. I don't like handling two weapons or like switching between weapons. He always felt weirdly hard to you. The Pursuer? Yeah, I remember this boss. Like, I remember this boss from Dark Souls 2, and there's not a lot of bosses I remember in general. So it really is saying something, because I think he gave me trouble the last time. Like, he hit me twice there, and I didn't even... You know? Didn't hit me there. Where's the consistency? Hit me there! Oh wait, I have... Why did I heal? Thanks for the rose! Oh my gosh. Guys, I'm getting flowers. Seeing Tay-Tay Express posts in the Twitter sphere? Dude, I'm stuck. Yeah. I'm so excited for the concert. It's so far away. So close at the same time. Why? I also gotta watch the stamina bar, making sure I have enough. What's a rose? It's those things that people are sending me. I barely understand them. You know what? Oh no, I stuffed up. This guy can curse you too. This fight's too long, man. Too long for my patience. Okay, thanks for the... What is that meant to be? Is that a bird or a snail? Yeah. Oh, bye. Thank you. This game had a stamina bar like Breath of the Wild. I feel like it's a similar stamina bar. But... the position just changes? How many days? Wait, what? How many days for what? It's because he drops the lock on for attacks at different times. Like, some of them feel like they track for too long. Oh, I see. Yeah, I understand. Thanks, Chaos, for the follow. Oh, yeah. I'm going on Monday. I have to check DM? Okay, one sec. I'm on night 4. The last night. Yeah, I don't know. I don't mind it being in the corner. I can keep an eye on that. It's not really the positioning of it. Yeah, it's swish, 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 but like, sometimes you get caught in his sword, but it doesn't look like you did. I think it's probably because your rolls are not invincible in this game. I need more adaptability. Oh. Oh my god. I don't like where he is. I also barely hit him there too. You get a coin? Wait, people can get coins in chats? Yeah. There are iframes, but they're really small. And you have to level up a stat to get normal Dark Souls iframes. Ooh. No. I missed. This fight makes you dizzy. I'm sorry. Just look at my face instead. I know, so vain. Why can't he just fall off the mat? Ah, DJ, thanks. Oh no. What? I'm trying to be patient. No! That was so sudden. Hey. Oh my gosh, I only almost lost it. And then. Yeah. Yes. They would be here to hurt me. This is so frustrating. Why are they here? Ugh. Why does this game work like this? I have to go chase that. Thanks. Yeah, you're the reason I won, Kyoba, thank you. When's the next Tekken stream? Next week, probably. No, 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 no! You will not stab me. Is there a closer thingo? That doesn't have everyone chasing after me? Potentially? Bird. Here we go. Apparently there's some weapons that I can get. Oh, we're changing it to blue. Wow, we're really changing the hue light colors today. One sec. How much do I put into agility? Am I gonna do Elden Ring DLC? I want to, yeah. I do. Looks like a whole game, man. Oh, you sent me a DM, Maz? Was that the other thing that I was meant to check? I see the vision now. Let's put 2 into strength. Yeah. 2 into health. Free Rio? What do you mean? 21 total, then never touch it again. I'll get there slowly. I have to do it all at once. Otherwise I'll never level anything up. So we can now do the stone giants, maybe? There was some items here. I should look at that. Why have I got to do Horizon like that? They always launch something insane next to Horizon launch. I know. It actually sucks. Like, I do think the Horizon sequel underperforming was partially due because of Elden Ring. Oh, is that a... oh, double ember, okay. I don't think I'm strong enough to get out this bit. Oh, I remember this area. Back here, I guess. Where can I buy Titanite shards? Oh, and the lizard that spits fire. Where was that, Freely? Oh, good night, Maz. Where was the lizard spitting fire? I was just saying the pursuer. Wait, was that before the pursuer, before you went up the stairs? Because I think I avoided that. Okay, well we can go back there. I also didn't explore that area with the skeletons. Stand down the ladder and go behind you. Wait, what? What? That's not where I was thinking. Oh! Hang on. The lizard at the bottom, all the way to the bottom. Yeah, I don't know how to get there. Go this way? No teching today. I did practice a bit earlier though. I tried anyway. I don't know, I was doing those like combo challenges. Some of them are pretty bad. Do I go all the way down this way though? Is my question. I don't know how to go there. Not down there? Oh. My room set up. Oh, thank you. Mm-hmm. Vaguely. That was conflicting info. I know. Go. Keep talking. Oh my god! Everyone keeps telling me to do all this stuff. You need the JBL sign. Sponsored by JBL, by the way. I don't wanna die to my death. By item, okay. Oh wait, I had to talk to it, okay. Melentia. That almost sounds like Melena. I am. No, actually. Yeah, but I'm reading the story. Yeah, I'll keep talking. Yeah, there are a bunch of yappers, even the one that levels you up. She's a yapper. In Australia, do they have Domino's? The pizza? Oh yeah, I didn't go in the caves. I can do in the go in the caves. Where is she going? Why is she leaving? How does she leave me? Does she have anything I might need? Not really. You mentioned foster beer? Oh yeah. I bet that person was like, no Australians drink Fosters, it's gross. Yeah. Foster's, I don't know what that company did, what kind of advertisement they had, because like... we really don't drink Foster. It is. It's just like, it's not a beer that Australians drink. I think what they did was they had a bad beer that was doing badly here, and then they decided to be like, we'll just tell everyone else it's an Australian beer, and that all Australians love it. Oh, they didn't sell it here? They didn't even sell it here. Probably because they don't sell it. Someone's running at me. Oh, hey. I've never had a Foster beer in my life. Ow. I'm flat. I don't really drink beer in general. I cannot judge a beer in my life. They all taste the same to me. See, like... I'm rolling. How dare they? It's ridiculous. I can't fight this guy. I'm rolling. Rage rolling. There we go. It's like USA and Bud Light. The only people who drink Bud Light are the ones that can't handle good beer. Wait. Oh, I see. Yeah, I don't know anything about Bud Light. This one's fiery. Oh, hello. Can I go in the fire? I don't mind Guinness, seriously speaking. But it is quite dark. I can only have a little bit. Oh. Oh. I see. I wonder why I didn't think I couldn't walk in here. Ooh, a fire longsword. Is it good? Or is it a fire longsword? There's gotta be some things that it's not good on. Because it does less damage than the other one. Oh my gosh, there's more. How did I get up there? Roll up. Hmm. Yeah. Hey, buddies. I have a human effigy effect? I don't think I have that on. What's this? Yeah, I don't know what a Stella Artoris is.
Bearer of the seek lest this.
I think I can level up. No! I use some souls. How much does that give me? 800. That's enough.
Seek lest this.
Like, I can't imagine the fire sword working on the stone guys, you know? Did I level this one up already? I must have. I wanted to see what was down that long corridor. What would you say is Australia's favorite beer? Oh, it's like a little turtle at the end. Do these respawn? I feel like there's something about skeletons that they always like just come back up. It's a state-by-state basis. What, the beer thing? I see. I thought it was a turtle. It's just an item. Yeah, it's a torch. Because it's dark in here, you know? Suddenly I see. Ow. I don't know where I am. Oh, I see. Oh dear. Ugh. Oh, I don't expect anything less from these guys. I shouldn't have healed. I shouldn't have healed. I shouldn't have healed. Do I have a firebomb? I do. Why? They used to use alcohol as payments. Which is interesting. I'm trying to just run down there. Just run. Yeah. Wait, no. The door was here. I think that's the only annoying part. When you die. Especially if you, like, meticulously killed everything in your path. To go back there again, it's kind of annoying. You have to open the door again? Oh, no wonder there was blood marks there. Oh, it's still chasing me. Oh! Oh no. Was that related to the chest? Yeah, at least I got some items. Oh, I'm stuck here. Why did I think this room would lead me anywhere? I thought this is where I came from. Yeah. That's unfortunate. Huh. Me running away from all my problems? No kidding. What should I get? A leather armor, I think. Was it? It is lighter, but barely better. It's so hard to tell, because it's like, Some stats are better, some stats are not. What about the helmet? Oh, but the hat looks cool. Well, guess I'm going back down and get there again. You know that ladder you got the shard from? Yeah. There's a wall you can blow up, and then it's like a... Oh. Like where the pursuer goes? I'm about to get cursed. Oh, this didn't happen last time. I was confident I could do that. Okay. I can go and blow up that wall. But yeah, also, I haven't gone down here. In the lizard area. I don't know how. No, it wasn't this way, it was the other way. It was the other way. Hey, you know what? I don't have to do everything. We just need to finish this game. That is our whole goal. Alright? Get to the end. Of course, certain items and stuff would be helpful. You say there was a... there can't be a wall here. How? Oh, not all the way up here. Left of the ladder. Okay. Let me just kill the stuff first. Why is there more? Whoa. They broke me. Why did it change? Ah. Oh, still stuff down there. There's a few enemies here. Left of the ladder? Is this the ladder? Did I go up another one? No, I went up a tree. Oh, there's this. Yeah. Okay. Alright. What? I feel trolled. Got like a WWE move or something. Okay, okay, okay. Equipment. Firebomb. Was I meant to be closer? I don't have any more. I have a black one. No. Am I doing it wrong? Be clearer with your instructions. It's not that side. What do you mean it's not that side? It's barricaded though. Oh. Unbelievable. I'm gonna fight the stones. The stone people. Oh my god, Balua! Oh, you said the other side. That doesn't really make sense. Why would the other side be breakable? Hmm. You love it? You enjoy these kind of games? Enjoy. A masochist. We're going to explore this area. You don't remember the graphics looking like this? Do you think it looked better or worse in your memories? This is the, Scholar version. Which I think is meant to look better, I think? I don't know. Definitely better. Oh. Yeah, you know, I'm with you there. Because I did play Dark Souls 2, the original. And I had the same thought. It's a scholar. Am I meant to say it differently? Is there a different way to say scholar? Scholar? It's hiding a button or something. What does it do? How? I swear I said it the same both ways. Scholar. Oh, is it scholar? Less more Got it. Oh, that's such a minute change to me. Oh, you stupid shield. Ow. Okay. Okay, these people in their shields, it feels unfair. Yeah, thanks. Oh, this thing opened. Yeah, so I guess there's benefit to getting rid of those. Clearly American pronunciation is the correct form of English, clearly. Well, it's not like Australians have good pronunciations. Yeah, see the Golf Pro mansplaining clip? No. Is that a game? Yeah. How do you remember this? There's like 3 of them. See if I can get one at a time. Ooh, rolling hand? A bit dangerous. Yeah. Hmm. Alright. Oh, they both come running! What the hell? No, I meant to fight 2 of them at the same time. I don't think that's possible. Yeah. Oh my god, Zach, hello. How's your collarbone? Yikes. No, I agree with you. I don't know if I'm gonna kill those 3 guys. I was just wondering, because after the last one revealed like a theme. You could put a shirt on? Wow. That is actually huge. It's a big deal. Player character animations in this title? What do you mean? Like the way you swing your sword? I'm still partially grinding, by the way. Partially. As annoying as these guys are. I should buy some Titanite shards. Where can I buy that from? Hailstone. Ooh, isn't that's a thing that you need. Golf influencer pro who's really good at practicing shots at a driving range. Some dude out of nowhere starts trying to explain her how Imperial shots based on his 20-year experience. And she does the exact same thing and he says, "See what a difference that makes?" Wait, what? What do you mean? Oh man. Are these actual people? Or are these like NPCs? Yeah. I can't tell. I don't know if they're real people or not. Ow. They were facing the other way. Am I crazy? I think that might be real. What the hell? What's the point of coming here to fight a noob? I'm not even facing. This is why I think this isn't a real person. I mean, it is a real person. They're not even facing me. And they hit me. I'm offended. You're right. People who are a fan of Dark Souls 2, I just disagree with them as a person. Yeah, no, I was doing the pursuer, right? I beat him, but man, it really shows you how bad the hitbox is. It's the most BS. Yeah. I didn't, because I played this years ago, but I didn't finish it, because it was just, I was annoyed. I was angry. Do I have to turn, like, can I turn invades off? Oh, there's another one here. Oh, the only way to get that guy moving is to fight the first one. They're off when you're bacon. My character's so handsome. I know, I know. I kind of want to level up. I know it's just one, but... Oh, I see. I have to use a human effigy to not get invaded. Thank you. I never understood that. I think last time I played it with offline. No, the opposite. Wait, oh, did I have a human thingo? Oh, because I beat boss. Yeah, right. Okay, I didn't realize.
Bearer of the seek soul, seek them, lest this.
Can I level up? I can. Alright. One more for adaptability. What do I have though? 91. What's the game called? Dark Souls 2. The bane of my existence. I feel like there would be quite a weight lifted off my shoulders when I finally finish this game. I'd be like, finally, I don't have to touch this game ever again. Okay, I don't recommend it. But have fun. Hey, Epsilon. Do not recommend Dark Souls 2. Any of the other ones, sure. No, I don't think anyone expects me to do the DLC. I swear I tried the DLC. I just vaguely remember doing it. And I think that's where the Divane emote came from. Because I tried the DLC. Just here to hang out, guys. Alright, that's a divine blessing. Or a Divane blessing. Haha. Oh wait, this is where there's a dragon. You know? Yeah. You know, I don't want to be here anymore. There's a dragon here. No, 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 no. I was just exploring. We reset. Okay, so there's a dragon over there. We're not gonna do it for a while, I don't think. How did I not notice that? It's been sitting there this whole time. Who says you have to finish your game? If you don't enjoy it, give it a break. I see. Who says music? There are definitely games I've like dropped. There's a ton. Not a lot, but there is a ton. Let's go to the right then. And the boss to the right, I think. Who says I can be Superman? I say. Behind this guy, I think. Unbelievable. And Dragon Rider. Ah, you look familiar. Ooh. Ah, the edge is up. Oh, was I not meant to do that? Sorry. And then he just falls. Yeah. I see what you mean. I didn't realize. Honestly, that being said, like, that would mean I'll have to fight the things in the area. And both sound like equal effort. Oh shoot. But I was doing so well. There we go, first time. Didn't they already hate me? Or are they now more aggressive? Oh, the white ones! Oh, that's annoying. Damn it.
Bearer seek lest this.
And get up to 17 in total. Goodness me. Yep, accidentally. So, does this guy sell Titanite shards? Oh, he does. He's got 10. And I need 3. I think. How do I go back up? No? No? Oh, okay. Oh, I don't have enough thingers.
I'll be around if you make it back.
Ooh, I need 700. Is there any boss souls that you need?
I'll be around if you make it back.
I don't often pop boss souls. Hmm. Do I go back to this area? Wait, who's this? That's offensive.
Are you from these parts? My name is Lycia. I have come to spread the art of miracles, a practice of which I am a disciple. I can see that you are well suited to comprehend their wondrous power. But the cost of it, that's for your heart to decide.
What's that? A ring of prayer. No. Why would the pursuer show up again?
I'd heard awful rumors about this place, and I'm afraid they were all true. The king, gone. The earth, ravaged. The burden on the people weighs heavy. I fear that, by now, they may have scarce room in their hearts for miracles. Why did I come here? Well... do I need any other reason than to spread the gospel of miracles? My preceptor always said this art should be shared with the world. And such is my...
Oh, is she for mages?
Sometimes I fight the urge. It is... and being out here all alone...
You should make her pop boss souls. No.
expected
I
this-
don't even pop life gems.
But there's hardly a soul to be found here. Without any going
Oh, miracles, okay.
to a place I could... sorry. I expected this cathedral without any to a place I... sorry.
Okay.
No need for miracles. The gods frown upon such soul swimmers.
Do what she want. I don't know what she want. Oh wait, are you saying I do what I want? I thought you were talking about the chemistry. Damn it. Liar ahead. There is no liar. Does look like there's a wall there. Hmm. That's where we came from. Yes. Alright. A lot of blood spots here. Chest ahead. Regret ahead. Hmm. Why do these look like doors? But not. Who are they fighting? I definitely do not like the dark, spooky areas. Oh, hi. Why does it look green? Hmm. Visions of message, but money bags ahead. Right. See a lot of things there. Oh. I see. Circling around and then stabbing in the back. Okay. I did not get the back. Almost. Oh, it's a chest. What do I use bone dust for? Burn it? Oh, you burn it in Majula and make Estus better. Oh, okay. Enemy ahead. Guess we'll see. Guess I'll find out. There's water on the floor. Front. I vote no. I'm surprised you'd even debate. Shortcut, head ahead, and then try attacking. Wait, what? Maybe when it comes around. I'm gonna ruin my sword like this. Oh! Hello. I'm making it look like a good time, am I? Oh! How does this make it look like a good time? It's the frogs! No. Wretch ahead. It genuinely looks fun. Some parts are not. That's for sure. A thing. I don't know where I am. I feel like I've gone too far. Oh, I remember being here. Yeah. Okay, we'll come back. I started playing this game before my parents announced they were getting divorced. And this part was after they announced they were getting divorced. Interesting how your brain pinpoints things like that. Yeah, it is weird how like certain events can pinpoint, like can link to other things. Oh, I didn't continue walking. I thought like forward was like more stuff. Alright. Thanks, buddy. Guess I run back. I guess. I can level up if I kill a few things. We can level up our Estus flask. Go to the next area. Yeah, yeah. Yeah. I get you. Wait, how do I go back down? Where is the staircase? On the side. Here. Is it here? No? Oh, here. It's really hard to see it. Oh, ouch. You know, I shouldn't have healed there. Oh. How do I feel about Neo wanting to? Very good. Good games. The only thing that I didn't like about him, was the, like, crafting mechanic? I don't know how else to call it. There's a lot of micromanaging with the, weapons and stuff. Oh dear. Man, he came running at me. Oh my gosh, you weren't kidding. No, we can do the white one, I don't mind. Oh, I thought the other guy couldn't fit. Silly of me to believe that. I don't know how much I needed to level up just once. Dude, the people that like show up at your bonfires scare me sometimes. It's like, oh my god, there's someone next to me. No. I need so much more to level up now. I didn't realize. It's silly of me to assume.
Seek the king, lest this land swallow you whole.
Yeah, it is creepy. I feel like it's fine when they're more see-through, but when they're more opaque, they look weird. How am I meant to upgrade my Estus Flask?
Where a man peered straight at whatever came.
Am I meant to talk to somebody else? Oh. Burn. Okay. Lovely. Made you throw your office chair down the stairs. Did it really? A lost wolf now, maybe. Oh my. Yeah. I'm a black belt in what? I didn't remember which way was best to go. Ah, dog. There is a person on the side. I see you. Ow. Why are you chasing me? I feel like Dark Souls 3 didn't stress me out. And I like that about it. A throwing knife, sure. Have I played Lords of the Fallen? No, that's one that I've been undecided to play. It's on my maybe list. Ooh. Along with Wo Long is also on my maybe list. But I do feel like this game's gonna take me like half a year to finish. And then I might play Elden Ring DLC. From what you heard, don't. I've heard people that didn't mind Lord of the Fallen. Oh no, there's a lot of people that love Bloodborne and always talk about it, for sure. The thing about Bloodborne is that it's only on PS4, right? Can you play it on the PS5? And they're like never making it better. I don't know, they're never gonna make a PC version or anything like that. Maybe one day. Lies of P was done by a different developer. It's kind of why I feel like it was quite surprising. I was surprised by it. I really liked it. Yeah, I did. I played Lies of P. I think it was my favorite out of the lot. I'm not even joking. It was really good. It was like... It was a game that was made with hindsight, is the best way that I can explain it. They took all the best things... Oh no. Oh no. Oh! Where do they all come from? Where do they all come from? Oh dear. I'm still alive! No! I was. You strongly recommend it. It's really good. You're very doubtful yourself, but you finally caved and it's so good. Interesting. Wildfire, why did you say to not play Lords of the Fallen? This is the thing, there's mixed reviews. It's the same thing with Wo Long. It's why I haven't played these two. It's like, when they're mixed reviews, I don't know. I don't know what it is that people don't like about it that I wouldn't like. I don't know if that made any sense. Like, I'm sure it's like sometimes, you know, there are certain things that people like and people dislike. I feel like I just said nothing in that sentence. But game reviews are subjective. Why does this guy walk that way? I think that's bug. Oh, okay. Interesting. Me healing in front of his face. Oh, I tried it again and it didn't work. Where was it that I got hit? That I got hit. This is... It was over here, right? I don't know what to do about the fire sword guy, the fire guy. You might change your mind for it, like. You might. There's still time. It just hits different in a lot of way. It does Dark Souls better than Dark Souls. Yeah, okay. That's how I felt with Eliza P. It does Dark Souls better than Dark Souls to me. Just trying to get a couple of them out. But it's all four of them. Oh dear. I probably, like, talk so badly about Dark Souls 2 as well. Didn't give you any kind of confidence. No, I don't even know if I want that. No, why did he go down that way? So weird. No, this guy has like a fire thing. All these iron arrows I'm never gonna use. The biggest criticism I have of Lord of the Fallen, other than obvious network issues, is that the replayability isn't quite as strong as something like Elden Ring. Oh, I see. That doesn't sound like that big of a deal. Like, I wouldn't play Lords of the Fallen to play with other people. I don't play any of these with other people. Oh. No. Yeah, people have so much replayability for Elden Ring. Oh my gosh. The amount of people that I see that's like playing that and replaying it. You love grouping up with other people? Oh, okay. Yeah, I used to be like that. I used to like not do single player. I think when I got to streaming, at a certain point I realized I preferred just doing single players. I'm really bad with handling, like it's hard to organize streaming, like streaming multiplayer games essentially, where you need other people. And then I'm also, like, I'm a very shy person, I want to say. That I found myself, I didn't talk as much. Oh, the dog too. Dude, this area's hard. Is there any way that I could, like, not deal with... Oh dear. Ah! They're still here! I thought I lost them. I did not. Yeah, I have more control over single player games, yeah. I just feel like my streams do poorly if I'm streaming with another person. Like, in a call. Have you tried being a narcissist? I don't know. Hey, host, to garner a following of plebs who let you just forget and talk over them in favor of the stream. Just a thought. I was thinking about that regarding someone today. Thanks, Day. Why, yes. I have some narcissistic tendencies. Not like that. I always just feel like it's not like I don't want to talk over people. It's just like when there's other people around, I kind of go into a shell. And I, oh no, I don't know how to interact. Somehow I'm suddenly aware of what I'm saying. Even though right now it's, you know, you guys can hear what I'm saying. You're there. I know you're there. But it's just different. It doesn't feel... I don't know. It takes out the social awkwardness for me. That's my explanation. I also absolutely prefer... I don't know what everyone else is like. I prefer streams where it's just the streamer. Like, I have to know the two people in the stream. When there's like a disembodied person in the stream, I struggle. Feel like annoying that you have to, like, you walk up, right? Oh my god. Oh, my things are here. Ow. Ow. Ugh, this game is hard. Have I told you? Ow. I don't know if there's an easier way to do this area. They all have so much, like, the leashing is so aggressive. I'm gonna go get more health. You telling me to get a better weapon? I still got my stuff back. I just don't know where to get a better weapon. I would like something a bit more substantial. It's just it's a longsword for now. You should have seen the start of the game I was playing with a broken sword. I didn't realize. And no shield. It was pretty bad. Oh yeah, I did say I wanted somehow. I don't know, my game plan for this area is just like, I'm just gonna run in and then like, kind of like what I did with the other area. Like, you just try to run past everything and you uncover things that way. But it hasn't been very successful so far, has it? Ooh, he's splashing. Hmm. Alright, so if we get rid of those guys, then like my game plan here is just to run up. That's the game plan. You just run up. And then you go like, okay, where can I go from here? What the hell is that? My gosh, this is only a horror game. I am bleeding. I'm bleeding out. Yeah, this is openable. Oh, this is just another one of those. Can you get me through? Oh, this is just for a bunch of chests. Yeah, that's a trap. God damn it. There's a chest up there. What the hell? I know what was in the other chest if it was worth me going back up. How else would you have done that? You have a suggestion of a game similar? Like a game suggestion? Oh. Unfortunate. What game are you talking of, Joseph? I have played a lot of games that are similar to this. Yeah, a long list. Okay. If he says Liza P, I'm gonna be like, oh my god! Steel Rising. Okay, that is a different one. I don't know if I've ever heard Steel Rising before. Yeah. I do know what you mean. Water will kill you, but you can, like, kill everything else. No, I meant... I want to put it in my... Oh, I wanted to put it here. Okay. I missed. Oh, I can't throw at it because it's on the ground. That's annoying. I'll check it out. There are some other games that... The two other games that I have thought of playing but haven't yet is... Lords of the Fallen and... Oh dear, she's gone. She's gone. Get me out of here. And Wo Long. I'm trying to remember the name. Oh. I am just wasting these knives. I'm gonna have to force my way up. Yeah, we just... I don't know why we're disintegrating water. A lot of games were like this. I don't even think... Can you swim in water in Elden Ring? Do they fix that? I can never remember. I just assume. I'm giving up on these guys. I'm wasting my time. Where is it? Oh. These things are terrifying looking. Ow. Oh shoot, I forgot. Oh. Thank you so much for the resub, Varus. My Duke shoes are maxed out. Thanks. Have the souls darkened yet? Yeah, yeah. I don't know if my strat is working. You take no responsibility? That's fair. It's probably not your fault. I do wonder where the next bonfire is, and it's probably far away. Alright. I'm just gonna keep on going. I'm not gonna worry about that chest. Probably not important. Hey guys! Oh my gosh. I did seem to stop getting chased when I went in that room, so I do wonder if that's the point now, stop chasing you. Arr. It's here, wasn't it? Alright, that works if they're both down here. Oh. I've picked up a few armor sets, a few armor pieces. I should double check if anything is better than what I've started with. That was a really weird spot. I thought something was gonna jump on me. Oop! Okay. Be wary of charging. Oh, what the hell is that? Some weird assassin thing. Yeah, should I be using the life gems more? What about him? Oh, okay. Melentia sells them infinitely. Interesting. So that's what I should do. Yeah, I understand if I have anything left over. These guys suck. What did you say? How do they get in there anyway? I can't stab. I'm having stabbing problems. Here we go. You want a hint on how they got in there? A hint on dealing with them. I could take a guess. Where do I go? Onto the deck? Oh. I thought that's where I came from. I don't know if it's worth check in this room. Ah! No, Titanite shards. Ooh! Oh, freaking hell. Back up top where you were before the jumpy ninja boys. Okay. Ah! I knew it. I should have used a thing. I don't have an antidote. Do I? Yeah, throwing knife. I should have used that. Yeah, I thought they caught up to me too. So back up the top. Damn it. I have to go up some stairs or something. Oh no. Which one of these is a trap? So is it a large bell or a small one? Is it like one of those churchy bells? What is that? That's what the gulping sound is. It's a drunkard, that's for sure. It's a lever. Oh. Oh shoot!
Who are you?
It's a bra!
Gavlan. Gavlan will, Gavlan deal. Gavlan wants soul. Many, many soul.
I see.
What you want?
Some help.
With Gavlan, you will, you deal.
Increases poise, interesting. Reduces poison buildup and cures poison. 1,500? Seems like a lot. Turns out when I stream with other people, she lashes out. Why do you say that?
Gavlan will, Gavlan wants what? With Gavlan. Gavlan.
Is that what he says? I guess so.
Many deal.
Yeah. Oh. This isn't the thing, is it? Woo! Hey guys. Man. Oh my gosh, how did he hit me? I had my thing up. There's a hole in the middle. And that didn't knock back. Hey Samuel. Getting a lot of shots. Which is nice. Dude, I am having... Oh my gosh. Trouble with that one. Now I'm glad I poison moth. Hey Patrick. I like the hardest game, esports and Souls games. Yeah, that's because I like to be challenged. Oh. 69 times. Nice. Yeah, the funny number, haha. Hey, Noxshell. Hmm. I like the feel of crushing defeat, ain't that right? Okay, a lever. I need to know where this lever is. Oh. I've played this game before, but I didn't finish it. And I want to say I was about 75% of the way there. So no, not quite. But maybe it's set that I didn't finish it, so here I am again. Yeah. Yeah, this guy still chases me. What the hell? Why are they here? Last time I determined they stopped chasing you here. My inner Eshe? How does Eshes come into this? Yeah, I hated the game, Noxshell. That's why I didn't finish it. I quit it twice. Like, in the same playthrough, and then I lost my save file. And I was really annoyed. Like, no wonder. Like, look at all this BS I have to deal with. The only thing that gives you solace is that if you kill an enemy 10 times, they stop spawning. The only thing that gives me solace. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, there would be some delay. Why is a dog chasing me? The flowers in this clip. Ah, the alt tab. Oh, the music is playing. Oh, the blue flowers, I see. At least you know on PS4 Twitch. What? Who uses that? Actually 7 minutes? Oh gosh. Yeah. Just gonna skip them all again. When I first started streaming, because I did have, one, I had bad internet, and two, they didn't have Twitch Sydney ingest servers, so you had to stream to American servers, I think. I had almost like a minute of delay for my stream. It's crazy. Actually, so game changing when they added our servers. And I do have local servers. Around about when like Twitch Australia got set up, it would have been there. I don't know. I remember it was like PAX 2015 or something. They came through. I'm trying to find this bell at PAX, and we're like, oh yeah, we got Australian servers now. Not down. You just walked past it, did I? Oh no, and I just opened the door to more. No, my goodness. It's on the wood. Don't drop down into concrete. It's on the wood. Okay. On the wood. On the wood. I almost did, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, eventually you just kind of give up on trying to get rid of them all. And you just run past. Good night, Oda. I am bleeding. You too. On the wood, not this wood. Ah, here! I walked past it so many times. Excellent. Did I do it? The noise happened. Alright. It looks lit up. How do I get there though? Oh, so I have to go back up all around? Oh my god. This game really makes things hard. Thanks for the helmet, buddy. There's a shortcut back to the bonfire. Oop, kick down a bridge. Oh, I see it. Yeah. Okay. But I have to be on that bit. Alright, so... Can you guys not block my way? Gee. Here. 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 Oh. Yeah, Assassiny boys. Wait, kick the bridge. Kick. Knock it down. Oh my god. I know. I know. I'm assuming I did not kick it. No. Unfortunate. It's also in part, like, I was trying to remember the whole, like, path. Which way do I actually go? Is this really the best way? Like, I really gotta go this way. Down here. Get almost assassinated. Kick it! Oh my gosh. We did it. We have the shortcut. Finally. That was such a challenge. Oh gosh, that's a cursed GIF, not shell. Who would come up with that? I don't think that guy spawns anymore. Yeah, this way? My headset's falling off. Alright, is that an NPC?
But it remains dim.
Is this person blind?
I am Carillo, and the magic
I am magic impaired. Okay, so this guy's useless to me?
I see you. I am.
Okay. Wheel, but pointless. Okay. Yeah, right. Yeah, Elden Ring is a DLC. That is the DLC. I thought it was a whole new game. I don't know if it's wild for me to think that. Yeah, that's what I assumed. I'm too stupid. Is there people on the ship? I thought the ship takes me places. Yeah, apparently I get infinite life gems. Oh, my dear lord. I know what you mean, Patrick. I used to be like that on some games. I was like that on The Last of Us. Because I feel like this is a story-heavy game. Without spending Estus. Are you saying to not spend the Estus and use the life gems? But the life gems are consumable. Okay, Estus takes so long. Takes too long. It is scary, yeah. Hated when every game was like a zombie game, my goodness. It's kind of annoying. How is this thing? Does that mean I'm now captain of the ship? Why is it that the ship came here? And then I got rid of them all. He's downstairs. Oh no. And tell me there's a boss. Oh, this... I see. Oh, so I have to walk down here to get to it? You know, I shouldn't have gone in. No, this reminds me of something. Can't remember which boss it was. I think it was Dark Souls. The first Dark Souls boss. What's the boss that had like... Oh, maybe it was Neo. Cannonballs and you were inside a ship. Or like they had like... You know, those balls on their hands. Yeah, I can't remember which one it was. Now I'm just eating through these like crazy. Gonna waste them all. I shouldn't have walked in here with souls. That's annoying. Yeah, that one. The big demon chained in a ship. Yeah. It was that. It was Neo. Do I have pine resin? Why do I need pine resin? What does pine resin do again? I have shortcut, but it's hard to get to there. More damage. I see. Adds electricity. Oh, that makes sense. Okay. I'll give it a few goes. But it doesn't make damage to me? Oh wait. My stuff's here. What the hell? I can take it back. I can buy more stuff. Oh no. Okay. I don't know why my souls were out of that room. And I can pick it up. It was on the ship. That's weird. Nope. Honestly, I could use more. I might level up my sword as well.
Bearer of the curse. Seek.
Yeah, it's very like it's very unlike this game for them to do that. I don't know if it's a Scholar thing. Oh, I don't know what I want at the moment. I don't want strength. I don't know if I need more health. Honestly, adaptability probably is the best option here. Oop, yes. Is it this lady? Does she sell me? And she does. Now I remember. Yeah, I'm not sure. I know they changed a lot. The reason, so I played the Dark Souls 2 I played was the original one. And I did wonder if it was better. No, I don't have enough Titanite shards. You get the skull one. I don't know. I quit it twice. So who knows? I guess I've also like I've played a lot more Souls-like since then, so I do wonder if now maybe I'm more mentally prepared. The game just has a lot of BS, but I think this one still has a lot of BS. I don't know if they like try to fix any of the BS. I just remember complaining about it the whole time, and I will complain. I will complain. But I think I complain less now. Alright. Let's just run through. Oh yeah, pine resin. I didn't check. So we'll give it a few goes. I didn't feel like they were too hard. Yep, I should have dodged, and I didn't. Is there an easier side? I think that's the thing with these guys. They don't have a back. Nox show you can't fix her. uh Back in we go. How'd you like Neo? I really like Neo. I like the gameplay style. I didn't like the item managing part, but everything else was good. Trying to manage my stamina a bit more. Ooh. Alright. Ow! Are they like lizards? They are. Dang it. So close. Ah, it looked like I was about to get it. Sorry for spoiling anyone who has a delay. I admit, even with restricting what you pick up options, it was still a lot to manage. Same problem you had in Borderlands. Like a fun gimmick to have so many variants of weapons and on paper, but it's tedious. Yeah, and I used to really enjoy Borderlands. I played Borderlands a lot, especially 2. I played that game a lot, but as time went on, that kind of mechanic did start to annoy me. So, yeah, I guess you change the person, I guess. Like, because I played a lot of Borderlands when I was younger. And like, you see games, they'll sometimes do that loot mechanic a lot still, and people just aren't, they're not vibing with it anymore. They're done. Is that even with the ring? That's with the ring, yeah. So it caps out as 75% with the ring on, whereas it caps out as 50% if you don't have the ring. That's what happens if I keep getting freed from this mortal coil. Oh, Craig. Yeah, a lot of people liked Craig. I played Maya the most, I think. I think in my head, I like Borderlands, right? And then when I play it, it's just not as fun anymore. It used to be like a game I would be able to zone out in. It was definitely a game I struggled to stream because it wasn't captivating. I've used all these assists already. I reckon I'm gonna have to do this again. I wasn't really focusing on the enemy. Exactly, John. It's like how MMOs sound good in your head. They sound like a great concept, and then you play it and it's kind of boring. For me, anyway. Yeah, that's the same thing. See, like, I could almost say the same about Smite, but sometimes I do really enjoy playing Smite when I'm playing it. The same thing with Tekken. Those games I do enjoy playing it. But yeah, it's like, it's interesting when you work out the games that you do enjoy playing when you're playing it. Like, Dark Souls, I like this bit the most. The bit where I go in, fight a boss, die, and then come back. Not Smite. I think I enjoy Smite. It's a fun game at its core. It has its problems, sure. Craig? Yeah, sorry, I haven't read your full message yet. But Craig was like, yeah, that chaotic gameplay with the melee thing. I never bought Craig. I was like, ew, why would I play a man? It's literally how I work. I do feel like Gearbox, well, not necessarily Gearbox, but Borderlands has definitely dropped in popularity in general. They didn't have a game release recently, like the Tiny Tina dungeon thing. And I played that a bit, and that's kind of when I realized, like, I like the idea of Borderlands, but I don't want to play it. God damn it, why do I heal like that? Anyways. You played Melee Craig, just raging all over the place with Fire Nova Shield, with depleted, and so on, but the chance of hitting yourself and all that makes it not fun for a long time. Yeah, I see. Have I seen... Wait, there's a trailer for a Borderlands movie? I was about to mention that I think they're planning on making a movie, but I feel like that's such a bad idea, because I don't think that franchise is gonna go anywhere. There's a trailer? Why has no one said anything? Because, like, I generally was, like, thinking, you know, like, Borderlands is like this. You know, they're on a down trend. It was a really good IP. People loved it, but I think people got over it. I don't think it's necessarily, like, the games they released weren't bad. The worst one was the prequel, I think. But I think people just got over it. Oh, I didn't realize it was a trailer. When was it released? Wait. Did I move? I can't hear anything. Can you guys hear anything? In the game? Oh no, it's there. It's just really quiet for me. Oh my god, you know what I did? So when I go to press the button, the command, I hit the... I have like a little volume thing on my keyboard, and I hit that. I was like, why did everything go quiet? I'm sorry. Silas was talking about the trailer when it was released. Where was I? Yeah, I will defeat this. Maybe I do need more stamina. Maybe more running, less dodging. Wait. Kevin Hart was getting... I thought that was for something else. I thought the Kevin Hart thing was for Elden Ring. So Kevin Hart is not voicing anything in Elden Ring? Oh no. Is this because I responded saying, like, I can't recognize voices anyways. What the hell? Clearly misread your messages. Oh my gosh. I thought people were talking about Elden Ring. I really was sitting here thinking they got Kevin Hart in Elden Ring. I don't know. I didn't read it properly. It was in the same, like, section. Okay, so this is recent. I didn't watch it! Okay, now I gotta watch it. I went to work that day. And I didn't have Discord on my PC because my boss was behind me. I work in front of my boss. Like, he can see what's on my screen. So when he's in the office, I don't want to have Discord open on my phone. On my computer. I will just, like, skim through my phone every once in a while, and that's it. Oh, that's hilarious. Okay, well now I'm gonna watch this then. I've totally forgotten. Yeah, I do check, but it's like on that day I checked on my phone and it was like real quick checks. And I didn't realize I missed stuff. Oh. I bet your boss set the worst place up like that to improve productivity. No. So our workplace has like, I think 4 offices now. They're all like glass, so you can see in them. And then, so there's 4 offices and then there's like a main area and it's all like really open. And it's like one of those things where we're just like we'd like it like that. Because then if it was all closed, we're like, no, that would be like, that would feel lonely. Yeah, my work's not super strict about phones or anything. But I'm not gonna sit there at my desk just like, you know. And don't want to be the reason for a ban? What do you mean? Oh, I really should change the way I'm doing this boss fight, hey. I feel like I thought I was gonna get it a lot sooner. But we're still here. Maybe I do try pine resin. Oh yeah, I mean, same. I've always been trying to check my phone less. I'm honestly, like, when I'm up and about, I don't check my phone that much. Especially when I'm with people. Because that, to me, is a time to be with people time. Yeah, the fight isn't frustrating, I just haven't got the... I just keep making little mistakes. Damn it. Look how slow that is, honestly. I think probably the worst habit is waking up and reading your phone. Oh dear. What the hell? That was new. Here, I'll just throw something at you. Oh no. We did it! Honestly, what's the best way to go back? Huh. The chest here. In a weird little thing. Oh, I'm gonna do a hot dance. 1 second. Yeah, pyro stuff. I never do that. Why is it not working? Why is it still okay? It looks so bugged! Like it's looping weird. Oh, there it goes. Okay. Ring the bell. We're out of here. So when's the time to kill that red dragon? Yeah, where are we? Don't dilly-dally. Saint ahead and then horse ahead. Keep moving. Yeah. Have to ignore these guys, huh? Ross, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome. Hello. Hello. Is it possible to get a shout out? Oh, we did. Wait, did we? Was that automatic? Yeah, we did. Okay. What were we streaming? Where is the thing? Oh, we're back here. Hang on. It's somewhere around here. Where is the bonfire? I have a lot of souls and I don't feel like losing them all. Keep going? Up? It's only 11 p.m. Same. Welcome. I'm assuming it's late for you guys. Oh, okay. I see. That's a late night. You guys need sleep. Please go to sleep. Okay, so apparently I have to keep going. Don't give up, skeleton. Oh, I'm just scared something's gonna jump out of one of these. Ah, here it is. Hello, I'm from Sydney. I know people hate us. Hi, I had to do some work. Welcome back, Nightwing.
Bearer of the curse. Seek souls. Not seek the king, lest this.
Alright, let's level up. Oh, I mean like... you know, Melbourne v Sydney. Ooh, we could be done with adaptability. Alright, let's do one there. We don't have two Titanite shards yet, do I? Large Titanite shards is what I need. Yeah, it's not my favorite. Um, I would... It's my least favorite, actually. Any ideas for game characters? You should draw... I don't know what you like and dislike. You can draw Zelda. Like Zelda, not Link. That's what I heard. I didn't realize Miyazaki actually wasn't a part of Dark Souls 2. Oh, isn't that where I am now? I'm at Lost Bastille, right? The Lost Bastille? Yeah, I have both places. Is this the star? The one that I just unlocked? Or the other one? I have to make a guy barrel down a hill. You'll know when you know. Okay. I see. I see. Dark Souls 2 was meant to be Dark Souls 2? Really? Oh. I'm so curious to know about this development story for this game I absolutely hate. Like, I genuinely am. I really hate this game. Like, I do not like it. He was doing Bloodborne. The better one. I don't know how there's so many fans of Dark Souls 2. I really don't. Try rolling and then tears ahead. Try rolling? Okay. I can hear... I swear I hear something. It resets now. Wait, what? What do you mean? Illusion ahead. I bet there's no illusions. They're all lies. I don't know, is it crazy that I keep hearing people crying? Oh no, that's alright. Please get some sleep. I really appreciate your raid, I do. Running through a game I don't like. Just like, yep. Just gotta push on through. That was fun. Once again, I wonder why I dislike this game. Yeah, dogs. I wish games would stop us from fighting dogs. Ow. I always forget it's not morning in other places. Yeah. I don't know, time zones are weird. Wait, this is the guy. Oh, he fell to here. That's annoying. Okay. You can break those stick tower things. Oh, okay. Thank you. I will do that in a moment. Ah! Ooh, a flash shard! Hell yeah. Let's go. Wait, why do I not have life gems in here? That's weird. The reason why I didn't like this game is there were a lot of just unfair areas. Areas that were just frustrating to get through. But that being said, it was so long ago that now I'm just like, I don't remember being angry. I just know I hated it. I think I used them all and then I got unbinded, yeah. I don't know, I'm sure it has several. Does it have any lakes of rock? I can't remember. I failed. In short, I can't take this. Oh, is this the roll? It felt really short. Yeah. Yeah, okay. That was a bit dumb. Oh, okay. It's trying to grab me. I do feel, because so Australia is really isolated, right? Australia, New Zealand, we're kind of isolated. We got Asia with us. But because we're all like separate islands and things, I feel like we're always aware there's time zones. And we're always aware that the opposite side of the world, it is literally like now it'd be nighttime or morning. But it always seems like people from NA and EU kind of like don't like don't realize the other side of the world is the opposite. Try rolling. Oh. You don't hate poison swamps? Really? I'm sure there's a poison area. There always has to be one. I do remember this area. Do all these barrels blow up? Oh my gosh. It's worth progressing here. Definitely wasn't. Um, get my stuff and go back. And get another Estus fast. The first bonfire, the other one? I think it's technically the second one. Wait. Oh yeah, that is how I don't know why I thought it was like more corridor. Yeah, I'm gonna try and get him back. It's not too many. But it would be nice. I like how the dog rolled it. The dogs can't chase you up the ladders. Fun fact. That would be weird. Quick jump to Majula. How am I progressing in this game? Am I progressing okay? I feel like I'm still at the start.
Here, to see light. However,
Upgrade. Yes. Yeah. Ooh. Oh, thank you, Javis. How's Dark Souls going? You remember that? It's doing okay. Oh, I didn't need... Yeah, let me get some life gems. Okay. Okay, you can stop talking now. I wanted to double check my armor, because I have noticed I did get more. More, a bit heavier. What ups your, like, weight carrying? Bigger? Really? That's the one I'm always leveling. I don't know if that's it.
lest this
It's really cold. How would you know? I wish I could, like, test. Okay. It's 18 degrees, no wonder it's cold. 18 degrees Celsius. Smart leveling adaptability. Yeah, people are already telling me that I should level adaptability. And also I've been complaining about the rolling and the Estus fast are really slow as well. I've been complaining. Yeah, I don't think There are some shows that might make you be like, ah, life was so simple back then, but I think you'd actually want to live in those times. Yeah. Wait, how am I meant to get to the other side? Or anything, really? Am I meant to jump? Guys? Oh, wait, is this a jump? No. Okay. I see. I see. I didn't notice this about this. What's the point of this? Can I go down? You can make it to the wall. Oh. I don't understand this area. That's enemy ahead. What, the dog? Ooh, large titanite shard. Hell yeah. How exciting. You were researching plumbing through history. It took a surprisingly long time to think of a good solution. I guess no one wanted to deal with all the poop. I can only imagine for a while it was like, have bucket. Oh my god. Well, that was a answer. Hmm. Yeah, I can only assume it was just like have a bucket and then like do it in bucket and throw it out. I G'd and Jed. I don't know what that means. Oh wait, so when he's throwing like that, he's got a fireball? I thought it was him trying to grab me. You see, Jed? You're trying to be offensive. Try hidden path in short and down required ahead. That seems like a bait. Can I not open unless... Yeah. Guys. Those barrels blow up, right? There we go. Is that better? You would have some kind of toilet and use a bucket of water to flush it down into a larger poo canal. Ugh, I see. That does kind of seem worked out. I wanted this. Okay. Oh, is someone in here? Are they nice?
Things are better that way. You are an odd one. Normally, people keep a safe distance when they see this mask. But you... I'm called Lucatil. From the land of Mira to the far east, across the mountains. They say Drang Lake brims with powerful souls. And so I came to claim my share. But what a strange place. Even the rumors did not prepare me. You are an odd one indeed. I've always made a point of
What rank am I? I'm the one below red.
point of engaging me.
I was red a couple of days ago and then I demoted.
If you require assistance, I will help you. I come from Mira, a land of
Yeah, I feel like I'm gonna learn Lily at some point.
Don't hesitate to call upon
I'm
me.
struggling a bit on Elisa.
I won't be missed.
But I still like want to learn her more, so I think I might take a while.
You are an odd one in... I come from Mira. Don't hesitate.
Oh, is she like a summon? Indicated key. There was something locked down in the other room. The other way. Did we link up? Is that where we were? Yeah, it is a shame that your main is a DLC character. So you have to wait for him. I mean, you have to pay extra money for your DLC character. Oh, why is this guy following me? How the hell? Why wasn't I able to do damage there? Ah, okay. Seriously? He does have more iframes than me. Oh, this one's like frozen. Wait, do I use the fragment? Do I do this? I don't remember ever doing this. Do I even have one? I feel like there's nowhere else for me to go. Because this loops around, doesn't it? Oh, I can do the barrel man. Okay. Oh, I can't walk out from here. No, yeah, I can. So you need to push the barrel all the way to the wall. Ah, there's no stealth on that guy. Ah. Yeah, right. Run back. Oh my god, can I even run back? No, you have to walk the other way. does this go? Oh, I feel like something jumps in here. Sniper spot. Oh, I see. Oh no. The pursuer. Oh my god, I do like no damage. He's a ghost! Oh shit. Does he still stay the same level, or does he scale up with you? Do you reckon? Wait, I rolled! Yeah, now I roll. He's breathing like he's Darth Vader. What the hell? What is this? I'm cursed! I feel cheated. So does he just spawn back there? Oh, I wanted to get my stuff back. Oh wait, you can't go back. Oh no. This area sucks! How come I can't push this? I pushed it fine the first time. Oh. That sucks. I don't think I'm getting those things back. Yeah, that's too annoying. Hey, buddy. Oh, she's no longer here. So we go straight. Oh! Oh, then. Hmm. Okay. That time it didn't work. Almost like this place is stressing me out. How do I do, like, I think now I'm thinking it. I did that jump fine the first time. Wait, you don't have to jump? Where do I go? Oh my god, you don't have to jump. Oh man. Well, I thought I had to jump. Alright. Took a while. Definitely took a while. Now we can lure him out. I thought that was what you were meant to do. Yeah, and then I did it the second time. Oh my. Oh wait, this one does grab. Okay, so now I push this barrel down, right? I vaguely remember doing this. I don't know what. It's there. Do I do the flame thing? Am I meant to throw something at it? Is that what I'm meant to do? No, it didn't. It was meant to? Oh my god, I thought it was meant to explode. I remember this. Kind of annoying. I'm gonna use one of these and see if it does anything. There we go. Alright, what does that do? Oh, it's bonfire here. That's nice. That's nice. Oh, another blacksmith, is it?
Why can't they all be this easy? We've got a wild one here. Shape up. Shape
I wish I had a better weapon that I could put my titanite shards in.
dear flame.
This guy's a bit creepy.
Flame, I'm Macduff the blacksmith. All I want is a little flame. So, hand that ember to me. Right now.
Dull ember. I guess? I guess that's what I'm doing.
What a marvelous ember. You've got stones, I pray. Give me stones, and I'll fodder.
Does he have more stuff? Oh, I remember having issues with reading these. So you need one and I have 4. Is that what it is? I thought I needed more. I'm such an idiot. God damn.
Flame, dear flame.
Yeah, no, I read it wrong, and I think I did that in Demon Souls as well. Like, I read those wrong. Oh my god, 5? Jeez. Alright. Well, I can level up a ton. It's locked. Oh. So I can't open that. I did get I got a key, and I don't know what it opens. I thought it opened this. I guess not. Wait. So we open that area up, and then where are you meant to go? Is this area just a dead end? What way have I not gone? Unless, like, I need to find another key. You could go to the left. Oh, like where the pursuer was? This goes back. Between blacksmith and lady with hat. Well, the lady with the hat is not there anymore. Between blacksmith and lady with hat. Is it this way? Light the torch. Which torch? And this one? Secret butt tongue. That doesn't sound good. This one? Alright, 1 second. Wait, I'm sure I have a torch. Wait, not there. In here. No? I know I have one. I just don't know what it looks like. If you light a torch at the bonfire... You hit A and it asks to use... What are you talking about? Now I'm stuck. You can give blacksmith light.
I ought to flare. Be gone.
I am so stuck. I don't know what you guys are saying. Also, don't I have a torch? Wait, it says I have one here. What button am I meant to use it? Oh, you light it at the bonfire. Oh my gosh. I'm so sorry. I had no idea. Is that it? And then how do I get rid of it? Like that? Is that it? Is that gone? Is that it?
I ought to flare. Be gone.
So confused. Okay, so we did that. Oh, he's moved. Why do you move? Oh, you had another chest. Ooh. Oh, I see. What did he give me? Craftsman's hammer. Oh, it's a blunt weapon, isn't it? Yeah. Never been into the blunts. Yeah, I understand now. I'm sorry, it was so confusing. I didn't know how to do that. How many branches do I have? Oh yeah, the lady. How many branches do I have? What was it called? Branch. I don't know what it looks like. 2. I have 2. You can buy 1 from Melentia. Yeah, so I have to restore the living thing that from that door, right? And is that how I progress? I assume. What's the best way to go there? Was it like another bonfire? But I already like I'm like I can't remember which one. I think it was this one. Oh. God, this game's exhausting sometimes. So yeah, the thing about this game is it's like you guys have to tell me what I have to do. But you get me, right? You have to tell me what to do, otherwise I would be stuck. This is what I mean about this game. It is really hard to follow. A lot of BS stuff. Sorry, I really don't like Dark Souls 2. I did say I would be complaining a lot. Okay. So, to the left. This is what you meant by to the left. Wildfire? Yeah, okay. Because I did think I was done. Ow. Unless I was to try and fight the pursuer again. The more I get backseat. No, you guys have to hold my hand in this one. Ow. Oh my dear. I haven't picked up my stuff yet. Okay, pick up stuff. Ah, hello. They're not bright, are they? Oh, use the branch on this. Is this the thing I have to fight, or is this, like, what does this turn into? I see. But more of these guys. Oh, more to the left. 3, actually. Oh my lord. The army, yeah, no kidding. It's just puny old me. I need to level up my sword, I reckon. Now that we got all these Titanite shards, I'm sure we can. I feel like I could just go back and do that. Dude, those things look familiar. I have a clip. And those were in there. I did. That looks very familiar. I dropped a TikTok. I can't remember what it was. I don't know, can I not walk that way? Can I not walk back? Why is this game so poopy? How do I feel about Tekken 8? It's good. I like it. That's fun. Lately I've just been struggling, but it's fun. It's way harder than Tekken 7. Yeah. I guess so. It's hard to say because, like, it depends on who you're versing, right? But, like, so I play Elisa, right? And she's definitely changed a fair bit from Tekken 7 to Tekken 8. And I've been having to relearn a whole bunch of things. It's been an uphill battle for me. And I don't feel like she's very good either, out of the whole, cast. Yeah. But that's something for me to work out. Like, I was thinking about picking up a bit of Lily every once in a while. But I haven't gotten there yet. Maybe. One day I'll get there when I have time. But yeah, that's like, but other than that, it's been good. I can level up once. Oh, I can level up, but I can level up my sword. I feel like my sword is more important. It's actually not. So I had the first playthrough of this game, I had it maybe 75% finished. I was almost done, but I don't know. I quit that game twice. I hated it so much. And then I lost my save file. But here I am.
I'll be around if you make it back.
That being said, I don't remember things. Like, I'll recognize locations. I'm like, oh, I remember being here, or I remember this boss, that kind of thing. But I don't remember what I meant to do. Yeah, this game's rough. It's my least favorite, but I've never finished it, and it just like, I feel like I'm lying when I say, yeah, I've played all the songs. I mean, I have, I just didn't finish this one. And it's annoying. And I want to. That's why I'm back. Keep forgetting where it was. It was from here. It's definitely the hardest. I think it's the hardest. It's my least favorite. It's the hardest. One of the most like BS. Makes you feel like a fake fan. Well, no, it just makes me feel like a fake gamer. I think it's the best way to put it. Exactly. You know when people are like, "Oh, you're a girl who plays game." Prove it. Even though no one's saying that. But I feel like I'm lying. Oh, I was like in the character. Do you even play game? Yeah, I like, cause I'll be honest. Most of the other Souls, I think the first one I played, Bloodborne, because it was first, I would say it was a hard game. But like, I'd be willing to try it out again with like, you know, new knowledge, I guess. Like now that I've played a lot of them. But all the other ones, I wouldn't say they were hard. This one though, this is hard. Like, if we're looking at a difficulty scale, I don't know. This one's ridiculous. I should have killed the other guy because he's already chasing me. It's gonna stuff me up. He comes running. I feel like... Ooh, okay, these guys bug me out. Dude, like, the audio on that sounds terrible. That was crunchy. Okay, anyone wanna come up? In a line. Yeah, deep fried. I don't know. It was so crunchy. Ooh, oh my lord. Okay, one at a time. One at a time. Something tells me that was sarcasm. Check out this excellent enemy placement. Exactly. I'm playing the Skull version as well, and like I think they've might have like they've moved some enemies, and maybe apparently some of them don't make sense. There's even more. Oh, it sounds so echoey in here. I see. I see. I've heard mixed things, but the first time I played this game, it was the original one. And I was hoping, I'm like, maybe this one might be better. Wait, why do they go the other way? Guys, why do they go the other way? Is that a boss? Am I crazy? Why do they go the other way? It wasn't even... It was a pit. Is it just so they could just go down and hit me when I end up at the bottom of the ladder? I wouldn't be surprised. Oh, what was it like? Why would I scream? Help me. I agree. Help me. I am waiting for this end of the stream, I'm not gonna lie. Ah! That's terrifying! That's on the other side of the store, huh? Yeah, it's just falling. Am I winning? No. Can I say no? I don't... oh. Okay, we've come around in a full circle. So if we turn to the right... Why, is it because it's a jail? I do dislike jails. It's ugly. I don't think there's a lot of good looking places in Dark Souls 2. Playing the wrong genre. Oh no. We remember this place. We remember. We remember this place. I remember. This has been purged from my memories. This game really did have the worst bosses. Like, oh my gosh. I can't believe I got through them. I remember complaining the whole time. I'd rather go do the dragon now. I don't think I am, like, strong enough for the dragon yet, though. You think this is easier than the dragon? Is the dragon hard to do? Okay. I'm gonna try the dragon. I'm gonna try the dragon. At least the dragon only has one pair of ankles. Wait, they're missing a leg? Oh wait, one pair, one pair. The thing is now I do have to go through this whole thing. The whole gauntlet. Good way to farm. I think these guys you can run past. Why is my shirt always red? Oh. How many of them are chasing me? Hmm. Oh, and then there's this guy. Hmm. Yeah, no, I agree. Let's get down there. I'm sure there's a way to do it so that the dragon, like, flames them. And not me. It's alright, I'm gonna stream. I'm not gonna do that boss now, the three lady boss, whatever that is. Oh. Run back across the bridge. Oh, so I have to hit it enough times. Like there's like a health threshold there for it to fly out. Yeah. I think it's just like when you show up, it immediately like flames you. That is that is my problem.